Brody.
Sam goes 81.7 on the 82 after being 008 green. Gary turns the red light on. 12 thousandths too early. Gary is going to have to go over there to the buyback window. Get back in this. 10,000 to win. Why would you not get back in? Here's Nicole Medicis, 478. Derek Dignitz, 461. All right, technician, we called him out. He came in here. He's got it fixed. The sound is now working on the live stream. So thank you to our technician. He came out today, fixed it for us. 478 for Nicole. 461, Derek. Mike Medicis, he looks on as his daughters carefully stages that car. They're both in now. Another tight one. Win light. Derek Dignit's going to go 2 over. Nicole was 1 over. Left about 300ths at the starting line though. There's Michael Whelm. He's watching. That Tesla went much quicker than he thought it would go that first round. Yeah, he gives me a thumbs up. He knows. It's all in fun. He knows I pay attention to that Tesla. Here's Brandon Schwartz. No, excuse, that's Kevin. 596. Up against Carla Pontillo. Carla's in the Autoland Outlets lane. Kevin's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. 451 for Carla, 596 for Kevin. Carla goes dead 5, but left too much at the starting line. 400ths behind at the starting line. Kevin's going to go 3 over, pick up the win. Scott, 510. Mark Rosenbaum, 511. Rick Scott will pick up the win. Not sure what happened there with Mark. Alyssa Hildman into Sonoma, 669. There's a youngster right there. Kelly Cannon, 507. She ran it up yesterday. 19 years of age. She's gone many, many laps with that dragster already. 669 left, 507 right. 10,000 to win today. Remember, 10,000 to win. Melissa's out front. Here comes Kelly. No, it's Melissa. Melissa goes dead two after being 25 green. Picks up the win there. Kelly is going to have to dig into that stash that she picked up last night and go to the buyback window. It's a tough gig out here this year, bracket racing. Very, very tough, especially here at Byron Dragway. I'll tell you what. Toughest competitors around. They race right here. Here's Mitch Vincent, 486 for him. Johnny DiPiazza in the 63 Corvette Roadster. 548 for Johnny, 486 for Mitch. Was too close to call. Win light, Mitch Vincent. Dead 8. Johnny was dead 5. Mitch was 5 thousandths better at the tree. 36 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Give it to the dragster, Mitch Vincent. Here's Jeff Janquish. The 2000 Chevy S10. 596 for him. Mike Schleter, the 442, 659. He used to be the president of the Breakfast Club. I never got invited when he was president, or now that he's even a trustee, I still don't get invited, but that's besides the point. 659 for him, 596 for Jeff. And the past president goes red, 1,000. Jeff's 15 green, he'll pick up the win. He'll go 97 on a 96. Mike was 1,000 from actually getting donuts for me. But you got to be perfect, trip zip to get them. If you are, come on up here and see me. You'll get donuts. Jim Fanlin, 471 for him. Jim Glenn in the Auto and Outlets lane. Jim Fanlin, Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Side by side, win light says Jim Fanlin, dead 9 for the win. He was better at both ends. Jim Fanlin, he'll pick up the win on this one. Attention to the pits, class call. Pink, no box, I'll take you. Pink, no box, I'll take you. 3, 4, 5, and 6, pink, no box. John Repmaster, 8X59, you'll be lane number 2 with that entry. You're the potential buy. 8X59, lane 2 for you, potential buy. Stephanus Jr., 515. Up against the T-Bucket, T.C. Williams, 467 for the T-Bucket. The T-Bucket Dead 5 for the win. Stefan, he breaks out. 200's too quick. The T-bucket, he was better at the tree. Then he parlays that into the win. We need the golf carts relocated. Move the golf carts out of the staging lanes, please. Golf carts, park over here by the tower. Not in the staging lanes. We got race cars coming up to 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pink, no box, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Round 1, bring them up. Pink, no box, bring them up. 3, 4, 5, and 6. And remember, buybacks take place at the Souvenir Superstore. Here's Machine Gun Kelly Spears up against Zachary Sheetslag. 475 for Kelly, 505 for Zachary. Dead 8 after being 23 green. Give the win to Zachary Sheetslag. 24 thousandths, that's the difference at the finish line. Reno Nanini, 459. Josh Goyke over there in the Autoland Outlets lane. He is down at 473. Reno, he's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Reno Nanini, 1 over, picks up the win. Josh, he was in charge, but 3 thousandths too much at the finish line. Give it to Reno. Here's Ed Nemec in the Corvette, 518. Nate Kelly, he's in the dragster, the Gone Bandy dragster. 483 is his dial in. Ed Nemec, Corvette, takes the win here. 2 over. He was about 200ths better once it went past the starting line. Nate Kelly, he's going to have to go to the buyback window. There's no way he's going to go home. I know that. He'll buy back in. Here's Blake Vangsness, 613 for him. Chad Culver in the dragster, 479. Pink, no box, we need you. Pink, no box, we need you. Round 1. Not bad. Blake Vangsness, 4 over, picks up the win. Chad, he was 400ths behind at the starting line. Run closer to the dial-in, just not close enough. 21 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Here's Ed Curtis, the 93 Cutlass, 527, up against Doug Cruz, the electrician out of Rockford, Illinois. Wife Robin, she looks on. Doug Cruz, he'll pick up the win. Then he goes dead 4. That car is dialed in. Got lucky. They both went red. Doug Cruz, he was a benefactor on that one. Tim Vincent, 486. He's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Brad Antonioni, the hired driver, over there in the Autoland Outlets lane. 538's his dial in. Antonioni, dead 7. He'll pick up the win. Tim, he was in charge at the starting line, just did not run close enough. There's Matt Rogers in the Camaro. How about this? He's down 433. With his blower car. Kevin Robertson, the track owner with the dragster, 429. Just 400 separating this dragster and the door car. Eric Pavlovich and Matt, they built this car. What a beautiful, beautiful car it is. Kevin Robertson, he'll go 2 over after being 006 on the tree. Matt was 1 over, but he left way too much, almost 700s at the starting line. Here's Dan Kike. He's a Brewers fan. 468 for him. Vince Magracina, also 468. He was 001 on the tree. Then he goes dead 7 for the win. Vince, he was over. He had to get out of it just hoping that Dan would break out, but he didn't. He goes dead 7. That was an 8-pack for him. He won just like his Brewers did last night. Here's Greg Rouleau, 417 for him. He's in the Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. BJ Vangsness, 601. He's in the Autoland Outlets lane. .417 left, 601 right, win light, BJ Vangsness. He'll pick up the win. He's going to go 2 over. Greg Rouleau, he was 4 thousandths too quick. He was better at the tree, 003 on the tree. Then he goes 4 thousandths too quick. BJ Trail by 9 thousandths. Here's Heath Folk, 624 in the Buick. That is Shoes, Tony V. He's in the dragster, 490 for Shoes.
Is that the right dial in? What is it? 624? Yeah.
The scoreboard has the wrong dial in, but it is correct up here on the computer. Everything is correct, just the scoreboard is not showing it correctly. 1,000 separate them at the starting line. 14 to Tony V's 15. Then Tony V Shoes goes 1 over, picks up the win. Heath, he breaks out 2 hundredths too quick. Win light, that is Shoes, Tony V.
There they go.
Shane Pope, 498. Hey, there's Jeff Jones, another Brewers fan. You know what? I never got invited to the Breakfast Club, nor did you, Sedona, but Jeff Jones, he did bring us breakfast sandwiches and drinks today. Thank you to Jeff Jones. The Breakfast Club let us down, but not Jeff Jones. 498 for Shane Pope, 473 for Jeff Jones. Shane Pope, he's 004 green, he's good. Here you go, 97 on 98. Jeff Jones, he's 5 thousandths too early. You have to go to the buyback window. Shane Pope went deep yesterday, he's back on the roll again today. Here's Nick Folk, Folk Race Cars, VP Racing. 450 for him out of Durand, Illinois. Braden Bowden, the young gun, 583 in the Firebird. Manuka, Illinois, home for him. Braden, 11 thousandths too early. Nick is 23 green, then goes 70, lifts way early on the 50. Braden, 11 thousandths too early. He'll be at the buyback window. Here's Colin Estes, the shorty dragster, 520, up against Andrew DiPiazza in the Camaro. 507's down for Andrew. Blue box, I'll take you, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Blue box, I'll take you, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Blue boxers, 7, 8, 9, and 10. J. Allen, entry 349C. With entry 349C, you'll be lane 2, your potential buy, J. Allen. From Utica, where the Burgoo Festival is taking place today. But Jay, he's here with us. He's not in Utica at the Burgoo Festival. He's here at Byron Dragway. Because $10,000 is at stake today. Colin Estes, 520. Andrew DiPiazza, 507. Blue boxers, bring them up, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Once they're full, move on over.
No box, hold it out.
Copy that, Ian. Check it out. Both driver is identical, 12s on the tree. Wind light's going to go to Colin Estes. He'll be 2 over. Andrew, he was 4 over. 21 thousandths the difference. Now we'll move into Pink No Box. Scott Pichette, he was the winner yesterday of the No Boxers. Overall winner of No Box. 567 is a dial for Scott. Fred Bernardi Jr. in the Camaro. 623 for the Camaro. Blue boxes, you can bring them up 7, 8, 9, and 10 when they're full. Move on over 11, 12, 13, and 14. Blue boxers, you can bring them up. Right now we're in Pink No Box. This is Pink No Box. Yesterday's overall winner in No Box right here, Scott Pichette, 567. That beautiful 64 Ford Falcon up against the Camaro, driven by Fred Bernardi Jr., 623.
Galaxy to me, Galaxy, not a Falcon.
Okay, excuse me. It looked kind of large for a Falcon. That is a Galaxy. Chief Starter Jeff Sperling, he's down there. He corrects me. He knows these cars. This is from his era. And Scott will continue on his winning way. He's going to go 1 over for the win after being 22 green. Scott Pichette, the 64 Galaxy 500, advances to round 2. Here's Kip Norup, 642 for him. El Nigro, 735. The Thunderbird versus the Chevelle. Kip, way red. Alice going to go 26 on the 35 to pick up the win. Kip, he was 43 on 42, just left way too early. Not sure what happened there. Chad Stenson, the 2007 Ford Mustang, 567. Mike Miller, the 68 Nova, 622. Mike turns it red. Chad takes the win, 66 on the 67. 3,000 from that perfect run. The Mustang, Chad Jensen, he'll move on. Chad Stenson, excuse me. Here's Mike Cole, 691 for the Avenger. Brian Dumdye, the 57 Chevy, 576. Mike Cole, 3 over. He'll pick up the win. Brian, he was better. Had over 400s at the starting line. Just did not get close to that dial-in. Goes 12 over. Here's Jim Phillips, 630 for him. Over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. That's the left lane. Kenny Norup, the right lane, the Autoland Outlets lane. He's the owner of Norup Trenching Excavating, 574. Jim Phillips was 001 on the tree. Kenny was not. He was 25, but he runs 1 over. He'll pick up the win. 27 10,000's the difference at the finish line, Jake. What a tight one that was. Thunderbird advances round number 2. Ted Thompson, boy, he had a heck of a ride yesterday. It was a wild one. That bike jumped hard to the right, then the front end jumped up off the ground. I thought it was going to fly, but he held on to it. 548 for him. Jesse Albright in the Mustang, 657. Byron's very own Gil Ojek, he's over there looking on as Teddy puts that in the beams. Ted tied it down today. It's nice and mild, but runs way too quick without popping that big wheelie. He goes 32 on the 48. They were close. 100th. 100th was the difference. He missed a gear. Must have missed a gear according to Chief Starter. I'm not sure.
Hold him up.
Anyway, next pair is Ricky Pena, 635 for him. Mark Rosenbaum in the Corvette, the 64 Corvette, 588. Pena, he'll advance, goes 4 over. After being 006 on the tree. Brando Carlson, 555. Jordan Ansel, 593. Yep, the mechanic, Jeff Spearling, he spotted that wrench from about 80 feet away, or maybe it was a extension, not sure what he threw in the bucket there.
Socket.
If you're missing an extension and a socket, see the Sprinter, Jeff Spearling, he has it. Check it out, Jake. Both drivers identical, 20s on the tree. They were both 20. Then Jordan's going to go dead 7 to pick up the win. 16 thousandths, that's the difference at the finish line. Give it to Jordan Ansel. Here's John Rentmester, 626 up against Patrick Hill, the owner of Chicago Waterjet, 631 for him. Patrick Hill, 638 on the 31 after being 003 on the tree. John, he breaks out, but he was way late, 119 late. Patrick Hill, he'll advance. Dylan Meyer. He's in the Monza up against Jim Laughlin. Yep, he was invited to the Breakfast Club. He picked up the High Stakes Gamblers win last night, so they invited him. You know, I talk about the winners. I guess I have to actually start driving a race car. Maybe then. No, that doesn't work because Spearling drives a race car and he doesn't get invited. Not sure how that works. Dennis DiValaro. Well, wait a minute now. We might be onto something here, Jake. Spearling's got a dragster. Maybe all door car guys go to breakfast. I have to check into that a little further. Dennis 590, Jim 645, win light. Dennis DiValaro dead. I'm sorry. Dylan Meyer dead 6, says Dennis on his computer screen, but that was Dylan Meyer. Dead 6 for the win after being 20 green.
Too much inconsequential talk and not enough on the fact.
Hey, here we go. I'll just talk facts. I won't have any fun up here. But anyway, Jim Sibley, 576. Bob Dish, 660. The Monza versus a Vega. Here we go. Jim 1,000th from being perfect, but he was red. Bob was 18 green, then goes 1 over, picks up the win. Give it to the Vega driver, Bob Dish out of Verona, Wisconsin. This is Vince Mastrada, 448. Brother Nick, Dad Tony, look on. Up against Taylor Schleter, 674. He run it up yesterday in the High Stakes Gambler race. 674 for the S10, 448 for the dragster. Schleter was 0-1 on the tree, then he goes 1 over, picks up the win. The S10 on his winning ways again. Here's Al Snyder, 528, in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, the left lane. Jeff Larson, the right lane, the Autoland Outlets lane, 532. You heard Al ripping it down there. He was 004 on the tree, then he goes 4 over. Runs a 32 on the 28 for the win. Jeff Larson was behind by 25 thousandths once they passed the starting line. Give it to Al Snyder. Here's Brian Folk. Folk Race Cars, VP Racing. 454 is his dial in. JJ Peplowski, 527. Win light, J.J. Peplowski, 11 on the tree, then goes 1 over, 85 ten-thousandths the difference at the finish line. Here's the mayor, the young gun, Jack Nolan, 481 for him. Clay Schleter, the UPS delivery driver, 6 flat for him. Nice wheels up launch by Clay, but here comes the mayor. It's the mayor, Jack Nolan. He'll pick up the win. He's 1 over after being 005 on the tree. Clay was 2 over. What a nice wheels up launch. I'll tell you what, we could have used him last weekend. There's Mike and Kathy. Good to see them here. Grandpa Mike, Grandma Kathy. Elena Liss, 512. Yesterday's winner, Zach Manasiri, the dude, 5 flat for him. Elena, 512. She's a young gun here. Zach, it's not like he's old. He's probably 20-something. Not sure how old he is. I have to dig out his tech card later on and find out. Sperling, he can probably guess just by looking through the visor of the helmet. He used to guess at the carnival. He was the guy when he went to guess your age, or your weight, or your age. He could do either. Elena Liss, you'll pick up the win here. When the dude gets back and he sees this here reaction time, he was 002 red, she was 157 green. Hide the sharp objects in his trailer. Reno Nanini, 459. Ray Smith behind the controls of his car this time around. 594 for Ray. 459 for Reno. Check it out, Veronica. Both drivers, 11 on the tree. Win light, Ray Smith goes 1 over. Reno breaks out. 2000's too quick. Tight racing today. I'll tell you what, you offer $10,000, they bring their A game. Nicole Medicis, 478. Carla Pontello, 451. Win light, Carla Pontello, 2 over. Nicole, she breaks out. 6,000's too quick. Jim Oliver in the Chevy 2, 554. Wendell Curley, 635. Wendell 007 red. Jim Oliver's 22 green, then goes dead 1 for the win. Jim Oliver, the 66 Chevy 2 advances, round number 2. Here's Brent Vincent, 646. Mike Antonioni, 641. Brett, 3 thousandths too early. Mike Antonioni, he's green, 17 green. Then goes 39 on the 41 for the win. Jay Larson, 507. Dan Whelan, 530. Jay Larson picks up the win. Dan, he was red, 7 thousandths too early. Tim Vincent, 481, up against the one, the only, Mr. Hipster. In the 70 Monte Carlo, 658. Tim, 481. Great lights, both drivers. Win light, Tim Vincent, dead 6 for the win. The Hipster, he breaks out 400ths too quick. Dr. Steve likes that one, as does Randy. Happy Randy, I call him. I heard there was somebody out with a costume. They had a Halloween costume, looked just like Randy Vincent last night. Sedona, did you see that? Yes, there was a costume. Somebody walked around looking, well, they didn't look just like Randy because they looked a little bit happier. But anyway, there was a costume resembling Randy. Here's Melissa Hildman, 669, up against the Realtor. John Schober, 490. Melissa Hildman picks up the win. 24 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Give it to the Sonoma. Here's Shane Pope, the hired driver for Jeff Land, 498. Gary Wood, the Pinto, 568. The hired driver, double one on the tree, then he goes dead 8 to pick up the win. That's the higher gun, Shane Pope. Chris Van Stratton, the S10, 605. Josh Goike, 473. Josh Ketchum, Yes, he can. 1 over for the win. Josh Goyke out of Stillman Valley picks up the win in that dragster. Jeff Janquist, he wasn't happy with that burnout. He's going to back it up and do it all over. What a beautiful S10 that is. That's the T-bucket over there, 465 for the T-bucket. 596 for Jeff in the S10. S10, he carries that front end about 85 feet, picks up the win, dead 2 for the win. The T-bucket goes 1 over. T-bucket hit 11 thousandths when they crossed the starting line. 33 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Give it to Jeff Janquist in that beautiful Chevy S10 wheel stand and pickup truck. Here's Brandon Schwartz in the Pontiac. 596 for him. Gary Sheetschlag, 492. Attention to pits. Yellow no box will take you. Yellow no box will take you. Patrick Hill, B422, you will come up with that entry. We run the pink no box. You'll come up with pink no box with that entry. Patrick Hill, potential buy. But right now I will take yellow no box. Patrick Hill entry B422. You'll come up with the pink no boxes with that entry. Kevin Schwartz, Gary Sheetschlag, win light it is. Brandon Schwartz, 2 over, picks up the win. Brandon had 16 thousandths at the starting line. Eden Bowden in the Firebird, 580. Kevin McCarty, 454. He's in the dragster. Braden Bowden in that beautiful Firebird. I'll tell you what, that is one nice looking Firebird. See if he carries the front end on that one, just like Jeff did in that S10. Yes, he does. But unfortunately, 17 thousandths too early. Kevin McCarty, he'll pick up the win. 52 on the 54 after being 007. James Bond Green. Here's Jeremy Banksness, 554 for him. Machine Gun Kelly Spears over there in the Autoland Outlets lane, 475 is his dial in. Jeremy, 554. Kelly Spears, 475. Thousandths of separation. Win light's going to go to Kelly Spears. 2 over for the win. Tight at the finish line. 94 10,000ths at the finish line. Give it to the dragster. Here's Sam Serrar up against Zachary Sheetslag. 505 for Zachary. 582 for Sam. Too close to call. 2,000ths of separation. Give the win to Sam. Dead 2 for the win. He was dead 2 after being 23 on the tree. Zachary actually better on the tree. 21 to a 23. 2,000ths better, but runs 1 over. 89 10,000ths at the finish line. Win light the Camaro. Here's Ed Nemec. 519 up against Callie Cannon. 509. She has been on one heck of a roll on that dragster. Corvette's out front. See if Kelly can catch her. No, she can't. She goes 1 over, but she left. About 25,000ths at the starting line. Give it to Ed Nemec. 48 10,000ths at the finish line. Everybody loves that Byron Dragway app. They all look at their phones. They know what the lights are. They love that, Veronica. That's one of the greatest additions they've done here. Well, the lights are pretty great too, though. Here's Mitch Vincent, 485. Up against Mike Schlueter in the 442, 662 for him. Just like that, Mitch Vincent, trip, zip, perfect. Then he runs 92 on the 85. Neither driver closer dialing, but Mitch was trip, zip, perfect on the tree. Picks up that win. Mike Schlueter, he's going to have to go back to the buyback window. Put that 442 right back in competition. Paul Summers on a motorcycle. 734. The youngster, just 81 years of age, on the motorcycle up against Vince Magracina. 471 for Vince. He rides the 82 Harley, and he is 81 years of age, just a young 81-year-old Paul Summers. Here we go. Paul Summers, he'll advance. Vince Magracina turns it red. 2000's too early for him. Then Paul's going to go 85 on the 34. Vince, look at that, one over, but did not matter. 2000's red. Vince will be at the buyback window. Here's Colin Estes, the shorty dragster, 499. Chad Colvert, 481 for him. Colin Estes, he'll pick up the win, one over after being 17 on the tree. Fastest car in the house, Greg Rouleau, 383, the fisherman. Nate Kelly, 482. Nate, he was 002 red. He's going to advance. Greg was 15 red. He goes 85 on the 83. Nate Kelly, not to be outdone, goes dead 8, picks up the win. But True Start was a true decider of this race. Here's Dave Ansel, 524 in the Camaro, the 2000 Chevy Camaro out of Morris, Illinois, up against Jeff Jones, the Milwaukee Brewer fan. 474 is his dial in. Neither driver still around the tree. Win light's going to go to Dave Ansel. Denver. Dave Ansel, I'll tell you what, reaction time starts with the 7 and or 0.7 and he picks up the win. Dave Ansel with the 1. Can you believe that? Or Jeff Jones with the 1. Can you believe that? Wow. Here's Scott LaBuddy, 471, up against Doug Cruz in the Camaro, 650. Scott LaBuddy, 1 over for the win. Doug, he's also 1 over, but Scott LaBuddy, he was 001 on the tree. Doug was 32 thousandths behind at the tree. 33 to 001. Give it to Scott. Here's Shoes, Tony V, 491 for him. Dion Dignitz, the cheesemaker, 496 is his dial in. 491 for Shoes. Dion Dignitz, 2 over, picks up the win. 8 thousandths was the difference at the starting line. Dion's favor. 26 thousandths at the finish line. Dion's favor. The cheesemaker advances, round number 2. Shoes, he's going to have to jump in those shoes and go over to the buyback window. He'll take care of it, though. Don't worry about that. He will not go home early. Here's Kevin Robertson, the track owner. 430 for him, up against Johnny DiPiazza in the 63 Corvette Roadster, 548. Supposed to call win light. Johnny DiPiazza dead 6 for the win. Kevin, he was dead 8, but 9 thousandths behind. 13 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Johnny DiPiazza, he'll advance. Kevin will be at the buyback window. Here's BJ Vangsness, 602 up against a higher driver, higher gun right here. Brad Antonioni, 539 for him. BJ, he's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Usually he's in the Autoland Outlets lane since he is the owner of Autoland Outlets. Wow. How about 1,000th the separation here? Win light, Brad Antonioni going to go 1 over. BJ's 2 over. BJ 002 on the tree. Brad 001 on the tree. 83 10,000ths at the finish line. Tight. Here's Andrew DiPiazza, 508. Jay Allen, 484. He's in the dragster, Utica, Illinois. Yes, this is the weekend. I talked about it. The Burgoo Festival. But Jay Allen's here at Byron Dragway for the Fall Bracket Nationals. He says, heck with the Burgoo Festival. 10,000 on the line. I'll be there. Wife Pam, she looks on. Give it to Jay Allen, 3 over for the win. He was 18. He was 100th ahead at the starting line. Andrew, he was 28. Then he goes 4 over. Jay Allen, 15 thousandths. He's your winner. Attention pits, boxers. Potential buy next round will be Mitch Vincent, entry 10V. You'll come up with that entry when you run the blue boxers. You'll come up with the blue boxers at entry 10V. Mitch Vincent, potential buy. So at this time, I will take red boxers. Red boxers, bring them up 7, 8, 9, and 10. Red boxers, round 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You can bring them up. 10V, Mitch Vincent, you'll come up with the blue boxers with that entry. Somebody from the Andrew DiPiazza pit area. He just ran in the left lane and there was a broken bilt come off of that car. So if somebody could relay the information to Andrew DiPiazza that there's a belt that broke on that car. We have it at the starting line, but it's broken, but he's going to want to check and replace that belt. Andrew DiPiazza, if somebody could relay that message to him, because he's coming back right now. It's quiet, that's why I want to tell you now so you could hear. If somebody could relay that to Andrew DiPiazza, some kind of a belt broke on that car. We have it at the starting line if he needs to see it. If you're hungry, got a couple of fall specials at the Dragway Diner. Chili, broccoli, cheddar soup, and baked potatoes. If you want to try something different, you could try that. The chili, broccoli, cheddar soup. I know Jake was eating the broccoli cheddar soup yesterday. Said it was great. Delicious is his words. I said great. He says delicious. And baked potatoes. And he had one of those too. Jake, how about the chili? Too warm for Jake for chili, yeah. Maybe next week. You never know. Hey, listen up. If you have not signed up for the Club Byron and you are chasing points, you can still sign up this weekend. Check in at the front gate. Make sure you get signed up for that if you're chasing points. Not too late. You still got today, so go ahead. Go out there if you're chasing points. Check in at the front gate. Get yourself signed up for Club Byron. round number 2. This is yellow no box right here. Yellow no box, round number 2. Chad Stenson in the Mustang, 567. Jim Laughlin, he's in the Malibu. The 78 Chevy Malibu. He won last night in the high stakes gamblers race. That entitled him to buy breakfast for the Breakfast Club, which I was not part of, but anyway, that's just what I was told by gentleman Jim Laughlin. 645 is his dial in. 567 for Chad. Check it out, Sedona. 4 thousandths of separation. Chad's going to go dead 8 for the win after being 24 to Jim's 28. Just 4 thousandths separated them. Yesterday's big winner in the high stakes gamblers race, he is eliminated with that entry. Here's Kip Norup, 643 for him, up against Bailey Pichette, 553 in the Ford. That one there's a Falcon. I see Chief Starter looking to make sure it's a Falcon. He says yes it is. 553 for Bailey, 643 for Kip out of Norup Trenching and Excavating. Bailey is trip, zip, perfect, then runs 2 over. Kip, he was dead 1, but 37 thousandths behind at the starting line since he was 37 on the tree. And Bailey, trip, zip, perfect. Hey, if you're trip, zip, perfect, all you gotta do is come up here. We have donuts for you if you're trip, zip, perfect, but we do not deliver. You have to come up here if you're trip, zip, perfect. Jim Phillips, 633. He's your winner. Scott turned the red light on. Then he's going to go 35 on the 33. Move on to round number 3. Here's Jim Sibley, 578. Hey, these guys raced each other earlier. And Bob Dish in the Vega. Jim, 578. Bob, 660. Dish, I'll tell you what, 155 and he's going on to round number 3. When it's your lucky day, it's your lucky day. Jim, he was red, he goes dead 2. It didn't matter, 25 thousandths red, he was done. Bob Dish moves on to round number 3 with the 155. Can you believe it's doing a 155 and he's moving on? Wow. Ricky Pena, 636 for him. Here's my Tesla driver, Michael Wilm. 621. Michael, he dialed way down from that first round. Here we go. Ricky is out front. Here comes Michael. Win light. Ricky Pena, 38 on the 36. Michael, again, the Tesla just keeps going quicker. 619 that time on the 621. Mark Rosenbaum, the 64 Chevy Corvette, over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, 588. Taylor Schleter, He's won a lot of big money here lately in that their S10. He was runner-up last night in the high-stakes gamblers race. He's in the Autoland Outlets lane, 674. And the president, he is still president of the Breakfast Club. He picks up the win. Mark turns the red light on. Taylor goes 73.6 on the 4. Just 4 thousandths from a perfect run. The president will advance round number 3. Jesse Albright, 657, the 65 Ford Mustang, up against Kenny Norup, 575 in the 97 Thunderbird. Norup trenching and excavating. He is the owner out of Byron, Illinois. Win light, Kenny Norup. Kenny had 800ths at the starting line. Once they rolled by the tree, he was ahead by 800ths, and he carries that on for the win. Here's Brando Carlson, 557. That truck driver from Montgomery, Illinois, in the 80 Chevy Camaro, up against Larry Hahn. He is in the 67 Camaro, 657 for Larry. Brando Carlson, 1 over, picks up the win. Larry, he was better at the starting line, just could not run close enough to that 57. 83 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Mike Etchison, 595, driving for Ray Smith. Aaron Johnson, 634, in the Camaro. Mike Etchison, 1 over, he'll pick up the win. Aaron breaks out, 100th too quick. Mike, great light, 12 on the tree. Dylan Meyer, 590. Dan Whelan, 532. Monza left, Chevelle right. Dylan let go 1,000th too early. Dan, he was 005 green, then goes dead 8 to pick up the win. The Chevelle will be back, round number 3. Here's Al Snyder, 528. Dignitz, 496. Brody, he's probably like 17 years old, I believe. Races juniors with this too. Here he is in the big car. 496 to Al Snyder's 528. A lot of youngsters out here, I'll tell you. Great to see the young drivers coming up. Give it to young Brody, 1 over for the win. 2,000 separate him at the starting line. 24 10,000ths at the finish line. The young gun picks up the win on that one. Scott in the dragster, 510. John Schott in the Cutlass, 511. Win light says John Schott, 1 over, picks up the win. The Cutlass advances round number 3. Here we go, Brent Vincent, he's in the 91 Camaro over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. He's dialed 646. Over there in the Autoland Outlets lane, that is Vince Magracina. 472 for Vince. Brent's out front, and he'll stay there. 1 over for the win. Vince breaks out 2,000ths too quick. Brent had 9,000ths at the starting line. Brent Vincent, he's your winner. Here's the mayor, young Jack Nolan, another young gun. Grandpa Mike, Grandma Kathy, they look on. 481 for him, up against Mark Rosenbaum and the other dragster. 511 for Mark. 481 for the mayor. Win light, Mark Rosenbaum, 1 over for the win. 2,000ths, Jack was better by 2,000ths at the starting line. 37 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Mark Rosenbaum, he will advance in that dragster. Shane Pope, 499. Gary Sheetslag, 494. 5,000 separates them. Winlight says it's going to Gary Sheetslag. Double breakout. He'll break out by 5,000s. Shane will break out by 7,000. Shane was better by 5,000s at the tree, but breaks out by more. Gives the win to the Autoland Outlets lane, Gary Sheetslag. Melissa Hildman in the Sonoma pickup truck, 671. Wendell Curley, 67 Chevy Camaro, 635. Wendell Curley, 2 over. He will pick up the win. Melissa, not sure what happened there. Something did not work out right for her. Chris Van Stratton, 608. Clay Schleter, 602. Winlight, Bruce Van Stratton, 2 over, he'll pick up the win. 74 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Tight, tight, tight. Stephanus Jr. 512 up against Mr. Hipster in the 70 Monte Carlo. 512 for Stephan, 655 for Mr. Hipster. Stephanus, yep, 2 over, picks up the win. Mr. Hipster also 2 over, but 15 thousandths the difference at the starting line. Give it to Stephanus Jr. Matt Rogers in this beautiful, beautiful Camaro. The Firebird, thought that was Matt. This is the Firebird right here. Up against yesterday's big winner, Zach Manasiri. Close to call, win light. The dude, Zach Manasiri, goes 11 on the tree, then he runs dead 0 to pick up the win. He was behind by 5,000, but 79 10,000ths is what it took at the finish line. Give it to Zach Manasiri. Moving on, round number 3. Sam Serrar, 583 in the Camaro. Derek Dignitz, 461. He's in the dragster. Derek Dignitz, 1 over, he'll pick up the win. He was 12 to Sam's 31, 19 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Here's Reno Nanini, 459. Zachary Sheetslag, 505. Win light, give it to Zachary. 1 over, picks up the win after being 004 on the tree. Mitch Vincent, 486. Another young gun. Callie Cannon, 510. Mitch Vincent, he'll pick this one up. He goes one over. 63 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Kelly was better at the tree, just did not run close enough, was 3 over. 63 10,000ths. Mitch Vincent, he'll come back round 3 with that entry. Folk race cars, VP Racing Fuel, 451. Up against young gun Braden Bowden in the Firebird, 581 for Braden, 451 for Brian. Check the wheelie on this here Firebird. Should be about, I don't know, 60, 70 feet at least. Never disappoints. Brian Folk, he will not be happy when he looks at that time slip. He was 23 red. Braden, his starter with the 1. Braden goes 82 on the 81. Moves on to round number 3. Here's Jay Larson up against the T-Bucket, T.C. Williams. 507 for Jay. 466 for T-Bucket. Attention to pits. I will take Pink No Box. Pink No Box, I'll take you. Pink No Box, you can bring them on up. Round number 2. Patrick Hill, B422. You'll be lane number 2. You're the potential buy. Pink No Box, I'll take you. .100 separates them. Winlight, the T-Bucket, 1 over for the win. Jay Larson, he breaks out. He was trailing once they went by the starting line by 1/100th of a second. The T-Bucket moves on, round number 3. Here's Ed Nemick, 522. He's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Carla Pontello, she's over there in the Autoland Outlets lane. 452 for Carla, 522 for Ed. Chief starter Jeff Spearling says this is the best looking Corvette body style that Chevrolet ever had. Just like that, Ed Nemick is trip zip perfect. Carla, she was red 28 thousandths. That race is over. Ed is trip zip perfect. Then he runs 20 on the 22. Perfect lights are falling just like apples out of the tree this time of year, Sedona. Here's Nick Bistrada. Brother Vince looking on, as is Tony, his dad, 458. Up against Machine Gun Kelly Spears. CarStar Auto Body, their sponsor for the Mastradas. 476 over there in Autoland Outlets lane. 458 in Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop. Too close to call. Winlight. Machine Gun Kelly Spears dead. 7 for the win. Nick was 1 over. 20 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Here's Colin Estes, the shorty dragster. 498 for him. 615 for the 83 Chevy Camaro, driven by Mark Neddersheim. Mark Neddersheim, dead 0 after being 008. Colin, he was dead 4, but he was 14 on the tree. 10 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Mark Neddersheim, I tell you what, it is getting tougher and tougher. Not round after round, pair after pair, Sedona. Tim Vincent, 487, up against Nate Kelly, 484. Tim Vincent, dead 2, picks up the win. Nate, he was dead 4. What did I tell you? Every round is tighter and tighter and tighter. 008 to a 14. 83 10 thousandths the difference at the finish line. I don't know what's going to happen here. They were both going to be trip zip or what? Holy smokes. Jeff Larson, 532. He's up against Shoes, 493. That's Tony V. Shoes, they call him. 532 for Jeff, 493 for Tony. Shoes, that is. Jeff Larson, 001 on the tree, then goes 2 over for the win. He'll advance, I'm telling you. We're 004, we're 002, now we're 001. We're trip zip perfect a minute ago. See what's going to be next on the tree. Jeff Larson moves on. Shoes, will not. Here's Kevin Schwartz, 599, up against Mike Schleter, 664. This one not so close. Winlight, Mike Schleter, 2 over for the win. Kevin was 500ths behind at the starting line. Give that one to Mike Schleter. Everybody loves that Byron Dragway app, I'm telling you. They all have their phones out. They all see everything I see on the computer screen. They know exactly what the light is. They know the margin of victory. They know everything that's going on, just as I do up here. They look at it. I not only look at it, I get to talk about Sedona. I got it made, let me tell you. Here's Dan Kike, the Brewers fan. He is happy, 468, up against Doug Cruz. Doug, he's another member of the Breakfast Club. He dials 650. Winlight says, give it to Doug Cruz, 651 on the 650. The Camaro advances, round number 3. Be breakfast again for him tomorrow.
Snowmobile racer is the snowmobile racer. Snowmobile
Hey, here's two former snowmobile racers. Jeff Jankwish, he used to run the series here, up against the track owner, Kevin Robertson. Yes, he used to race snowmobiles too. 430 for Kevin, 590. Wow, look at that wheelie. 90 feet he carries the front end on that S10 and picks up the win. He goes 2 over for the win. Kevin, he goes 2 over also, but he was 5 thousandths behind at the starting line. Give the win to the S10, Jeff Jankwish, former snowmobile racers there, both of them. Here's Josh Goyke, 474, up against the higher gun, Brad Antonioni, 540 for him. This is Kevin Robertson's backup car here. Usually his daughter drives this car, Jessica, but not this weekend. Brad Antonioni's behind the controls. The higher gun, Brad Antonioni, dead 1 after being 15 on the tree. He'll advance. He's actually also a former snowmobile racer, Jeff Spearling. Did you know that? Brad Antonioni also.
That's still former. Maybe he's still racing.
Yeah, he's probably not former. They probably all still race him. I mean, the last time they had a snowmobile race that I was involved with here, they were all 3 racing them, so who knows? Here's Ed Curtis, 527 for him, the 93 Cutlass. Johnny DiPiazza, the 63 Corvette Roadster, 548 for him. Thousandths of separation. Win light, Johnny DiPiazza, dead 9. Ed Curtis, he was 2 thousandths better at the starting line, but did not run close enough. Johnny goes dead 9, 83 10,000ths at the finish line, picks up the win. Scooter raffle still taking place. Either Kevin or Brandon Schwartz. $20 for a raffle ticket for the Zuma scooter if you're interested. See the Schwartzes over there on the west side of the racetrack. $20 will get you a ticket for the Zuma. If you're looking for a pit vehicle, $20, pretty cheap pit vehicle. Either see Brandon or Kevin. Here's Nick Folk, 451. BJ Banksness, 603. Win light says Nick Folk, dead 6 for the win. BJ was trailing 200s behind at the starting line. Give it to Nick. Matt Rogers 434, Andrew DiPiazza 510. Here we go, win light it is. Andrew DiPiazza dead one for the win. Matt getting closer, he's 2 over, but he still left 500s at the starting line. Ed Bousman, the boss man, 448. Up against Heath Folk, 623. That is one cool looking Buick. That is one of one right there. Where do they find those hot rods, Sedona? Wow, this one is tight. Very tight. Wind light. The boss man going to go 1 over for the win. Heath, he was 7 thousandths better at the tree, but then he breaks out by 9 thousandths. That's how tight that was. Blue Boxers, I need you. Blue Boxers, I need you. Blue Boxers, I need you. Mitch Vincent, 10V. You'll be lane 2 with 10V entry. Potential buy. Mitch Vincent, entry 10V. Potential buy. You'll be lane number 2. Win light there. Dave Ansel. Chad turned it red. 20 thousandths too early. Dave was 18 thousandths green, then goes dead 5 for the win. Attention in the pit. Attention in the pits. Blue box will take you. Blue box will take you. Round number 2. Blue box will take you. Round number 2. John Rutmaster, he'll pick up the win, goes dead 8 for the win. Mike Miller, he was 2 over. 4 thousandths all separate him at the starting line. Jim Phillips, 635. El Nigro, 728. The Buick Regal versus 69 Chevelle. 1,000th too early, if you can believe it. Wind light going to El Negro. Chad Stenson in the Mustang, 567. Yep, we're back in the no boxes, you're right. Kenny Norp, 575. He is in the 97 Thunderbird. Owner of Norp Trenching and Excavating, Byron, Illinois. 575 for Kenny, 567 for Chad. Up 2 over, he'll pick up the win after being 16 on the tree. Yesterday's winner in the no box, Scott Bichette, he's going to move on. Jesse goes 10 red, but look at Scott, he was 004 green, then goes dead 1. Yep, he was the guy who was the overall winner yesterday in the no box class. Here's Mike Cole, 694. Fred Bernardi Jr., 622. Mike Cole, 1 over, he'll pick up the win. He was 31 on the tree, then he goes 1 over, 41 thousandths at the finish line. The only Avenger in competition today, I think, that is Mike Cole. Here we go, Mark Rosenbaum, 589. Ted Thompson on the motorcycle, 550. Keep your eye on that bike. You never know what you might get with this here motorcycle. Last time out, I believe he missed a gear, missed a shift. Nope. Wow, check that out. Mark got lucky there. He goes dead 9. Ted Thompson, he was 2 seconds behind him. I don't think Mark ever looked over. Dead 9 for the win. You know what they say, better be lucky than good. Ricky Pena 637. Kip Norup 644. The AMX versus the Thunderbird. Wow. This one is tight. 3000's tight. Windlight, Ricky Pena, double breakout. You break out by less than Kip. 46 10,000ths less. Next up, Brando Carlson, 556 up against Jordan Ansel in the Chevelle, 593. Jordan, she's another one of our young guns here in that Chevelle. Wow, check that one out, Sedona. Jordan Ansel, trip, zip, perfect, then goes dead 8 for the win.
Box coming out.
8,000s, come get you some. Trip, zip, perfect, dead 8.
Who has the buy in box?
Patrick Hill, 10 or 12 on the tree, then goes 35 on the 32. This is Blue Boxers. Dennis DiValario, Dylan Meyer, screen says Dennis DiValario. Dylan Meyer, 590. Ray Smith, 594. Ray Smith, he'll advance. 95 on the 94, 25 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Dylan, much better at the tree, just did not run close. He was 4 over. Here's Al Snyder, 529, up against Johnny DiPiazza, 549. Has issues, pulls it off to the side. Al Snyder advances, round number 3. Kevin McCarty over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, up against the realtor, John Schobert, 491 for him. Kevin's 004 on the tree, then he goes 55 on the 54. The mayor, 005 on the tree. Not sure what happened with JJ on that one. I'll tell you what. 7/10, that's kind of slow on the tree. Here's Shane Pope, 497, the hired driver. Don't see his car owner here. I don't know if Jeff Land, he must be at home watching. 497 for Shane. 674 for Taylor. Shane Pope, dead one for the win. Taylor breaks out, 6,000's too quick. Shane, he was better at both ends. Next up, Brent Vincent. 647. Jim Laughlin, he was yesterday's high stakes gamblers winner. 645 for him. This one's too close to call. Give it to Brent Vincent, dead 8. Brent Vincent, dead 8 on that one. That'll make Randy and the Dr. Steve happy. Here's Brent's brother right here, Tim Vincent, 481 for Tim. 664 for Bob Dish. He's in the Vega. The Vega is way out front. Can he stay there? No, he can't. Tim Vincent, dead 5 for the win. Bob Dish breaks out 4,000s. Bob had him by 300s at the starting line. Just could not keep from breaking out. He just had to have that stripe. He couldn't take a chance. And he breaks out by 4,000s. Bruce Van Stratton, 610, up against the T-Bucket, T.C. Williams. Another young gun. Here's Van Stratton. They were both 005 on the tree. Then he goes 1 over for the win. The T-Bucket, he was 2 over. 43 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Melissa Hildman, 673. Dan Whelan, the Chevelle, 532 for him. Dan Whelan, 1 over. He will pick up the win. Another one, 4,000, separates up at the starting line. $9,000's too quick over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Give it to Dan Whelan. Here's Gary Wood, the Pinto, 570. Vince Magracina, he's in the dragster, 471. Vince Magracina, 1 over. He'll pick up the win. 51 10,000ths the difference. He was 4,000ths better at the starting line. Here's Blake Vangsness, 614 for him. Up against Mike Antonioni in the S10 pickup truck. Mike Antonioni, 2,000ths too early. Blake, he was 13 green. Then he runs dead 3 for the win. 13 green, then dead 3 for the win. Grandpa Doug, he is happy with that. Great job, Doug Vangsness, on that run. Here's Jim Oliver, the Chevy 2. The 66 Chevy 2, 554, up against the one, the only Mr. Hipster in the 70 Monte Carlo, 656 for him. This one will be tight, win light. Mr. Hipster, 2 over for the win. Jim was 3 over, 29,000ths at the finish line. Give it to Mr. Hipster. Here's Jim Sibley, 579. Up against yesterday's big winner, Zach Manasiri. The Dude, they call him the Dude, 499 for him. He took home $5 grand yesterday. Right now, Jim Sibley's hoping to be in his way. Manasiri, the Dude, his winning ways continue. How about that? 009 on the tree, dead 7 for the win. What is Jim Sibley going to do with that when he's 54 on the tree? Not a thing, except watch the wind light come on for Zach Manasiri. Here's Elena List, 512, up against Clay Schleter, 602. Clay Schleter, 603 on the 02. Elena, she was red 8 thousandths too early, then goes dead 7. Clay, he was there, 14 on the tree. 1 over for the win. This is one tough deal, this here bracket racing. Double O what and dead what, that's about what it comes down to. That's why I talk about it, Jake. That's why you and I stand up here and talk about it. Jay Larson, 507. Dion Dignitz, the cheesemaker. Oh man, I tell you what, talking about the cheesemaker, they had the best cheese that comes out of his factory, let me tell you. 497 for the cheesemaker, 507 for Jay Larson. The cheesemaker, Dion Dignitz, he's going to advance. 5 flat on the 97 after being 007 James Bond green on the Christmas tree. Larson, 532. Gary Sheetslag, 494. Gary turns it red, 11 thousandths. Jeff Larson, 16 green, then goes 31 on the 32. Didn't matter after Gary turned the red light on. It was his race. Jeff Larson, he'll come back round 3. Here's Vince Mastrada, 450. He's up against Jay Allen. Yep, he's a guy from Utica. You know what's going on there, Veronica. The Burgoo Festival, but where's Jay Allen at? He's at your racetrack. You know it. $10,000 to win, or go spend $50 on some stew? Yep, he made the right choice. $450 for Vince, $484 for Jay. $3,000's the difference at the starting line. Win light, Nick Mastrada. He goes 1 over, picks up the win. Jay, he was 2 over. He was holding 3,000's at the starting line, but he fell behind at the finish line. 11,000's the difference. Sam Serrar, he's in the Camaro, up against another young gun. Callie Cannon, 510 for her, 583 for Sam. No box, Round 3, potential buy goes to Bailey Pichette, 1x29. With that entry, 1x29, you will come up with the pink no box. But right now, I am calling yellow no box 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yellow no box 3, 4, 5, and 6. Round number 3. Round 3, yellow no box. Bring them up. Bailey Pichette, 1x29. You will come up with that entry, what I call a pink no box. All right, Kelly Cannon, time's out. Sam Serrar going to take this here by 583, 46 green, looking for that 83. Doesn't matter, already the winner goes 85.
Timed out.
Colin Estes, 497. Mike Schluter in the 442, 665 for him. Mike's way out front. Here comes Colin Winlight. Colin Estes, 502 on the 97. Mike's also over 49 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Tighten it up, but not to get it done. Give it to Colin. Here's Brandon Schwartz, 599. Josh Goyke, 473.
Hey, Adam.
Oh, another young gun here. Brandon Schwartz, 599 in the Pontiac. Josh Goyke in the Dragster, 473. Winlight, Brandon Schwartz, dead zero for the win. How about that? 2,000 separating with the starting line. Then young Brandon, 2,000 was the difference at the reaction times. Then he goes dead zero. Right here, two of the fastest cars in the house. Greg Rouleau, 386. He's a commercial fisherman. Kevin Robertson, he's a track owner, 431 for him. Wow. Unbelievable. Both drivers, 008 on the tree. They're both 008 on the tree. Greg breaks out 3,000ths too quick. Kevin, he goes over, one over. Give it to the track owner on this one, Kevin Robertson, 008 on the tree. Next up, Reno Nannini, 460. Scott Labuddy, 471. 460 left, 471 right. Here comes the tree. Again, both drivers, identical reaction times. Winlight, Scott Labuddy, dead 8 for the win. They were both 18 this time around. Both drivers, identical reaction times twice in a row. No way will it happen a third time. There's no way that can happen again, but we're going to find out. The Corvette, Ed Nemec, 521. Wendell Curley, the 67 Camaro. You know the ironic thing, Jake, I actually have a Corvette this body style and a 67 Camaro. And they're both on the starting line. I know, now you're going to say, yeah, yours are at home, though. I know, mine are in the garage. They weren't identical reaction times, but they were good. Winlight, Ed Nemec, won over for the win. He was 005 on the tree. Paul Summers on the Harley, 734. Up against the hired gun, Brad Antonioni, 540 for him. He just watched his car owner win. Let's see what's going to happen here with Brad Antonioni up against Paul Summers on the Harley Davidson, the 82 Harley. Paul turns it red, Brad turns it green, picks up the win. Oh yeah, here's what I like, a couple of wheel standing cars right here while trucking a car. Jeff Janquish in the S10, he'll carry the front end at least 90 feet. Braden Bowden in the Firebird, I'm going to say he'll carry the front end 60 feet. Let's see, if you got your phones ready, get them out, because I'll tell you what, you're going to see some wheelies here. The S10's going to carry it farther, but it's going to be one good drag race. 597 left, 582 right. The youngster, Braden Bowden, over there in that Firebird, probably about 19 or 20. How old, Veronica? Maybe 20. Well, nice wheels up launch, but the S10 went red by 5 thousandths. Braden Bowden dials an 82, goes 82.3 after being 14 green. Jeff, not to be outdone, he did go dead 8, but 5 thousandths too early. Here's BJ Vangsness over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. He is the owner of Autoland Outlets. He's up against Machine Gun Kelly Spears, which is who is in the Autoland Outlets lane. 605 for BJ, 476 for Kelly Spears. BJ 19 red, he's done. Kelly Spears 16 green, then goes 2 over. Jeremy Vangsness, he's in the Nova, the 74 Chevy Nova, 559 for him. Carla Pontello, co-owner of Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop, 454 for her. The other owner, Tony Pontello, his wife, she looks on. Doug and Blake, they watch Jeremy in that Nova. Pair of green lights, too close to call. Wind light says Carla Pontello 1 over for the win. Jeremy was better. 13 thousandths better at the starting line, but breaks out by 3 thousandths. 3 thousandths too quick. Ed Curtis, 527. In the Cutlass, Zachary Sheetslag, he is in the dragster, 505.
My diamond, what is it?
Dialing for Ed is 527. Zachary, 505. Scoreboard doesn't show, but that's what the dialing is, just as it is on their car window. Dialing board would show that also. 527 left, 505 right. Ed Curtis picks up the win. He's 1 over. 21 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. 200ths, that was the advantage Ed had once they rolled past the starting line. Pair of Camaros right here. Dave Ansel in the 2000 Chevy Camaro. Doug Cruz, that's about an 83 Camaro. 651 for him, 525 for Dave. Doug Cruz left 6 thousandths too early. He'll be done, but he goes dead 2. It doesn't matter. Dave Ansel, he's 15, then goes dead 6 for the win. Cruz, 491. He's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Andrew DiPiazza, he's in the Camaro. He is in the Auto and Outlets lane. Another special guest just joined us up here. That is the one, the only, Mark Stiles. Win light, Andrew DiPiazza, 1 over for the win. He was 13 thousandths better.
It looks like he looked okay and had to rattle the tires a little bit out.
Here's Nate Kelly, 484. Jeff Jones, 475. Jeff Jones, he's still looking for that Christmas tree. Nate Kelly, 16 green, then goes, you can believe this, 5 over for the win. Jeff is just struggling on the Christmas tree today. Ever since the Brewers won, he cannot find that tree. Yeah, I know. His Brewers beat my Cubs, I know. Mitchell Vincent going to pick up his Byron. 486 is what he predicts. See how close he can come.
Is the board wrong again?
.85.7 on the 86 after being 16 green. Mitchell Vincent. He'll come back round number 3. Listen up, next round in the box class, Ed Nemec X31, I'm sorry, N31, Ed Nemec N31. With that entry, N31, you will come up with the blue boxers. You come up with the blue boxers, N31. At this time, I will take the red boxers for round 3. Red boxers, round number 3, you can bring them up. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Red boxers, bring them up. 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right, here we go. We're going to get ready to go with round number 3. Yellow no box. If you're yellow no box, you need to be there. Plus, I will take red boxers. You can bring them up, 7, 8, 9, and 10. It's going to start going quicker now. We're going to start eliminating cars here quickly now. So be on the ball. Be ready to go. Red boxers will take you. Remember, potential buy. N31, Ed Nemec, you will come up with the blue boxers with that entry. Here we go, round 3, the no boxers. This is round 3 of no box, the yellow no boxers. This is red boxes. You should be pulling in the lanes. You're coming out next, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Red boxes, you'll be 7, 8, 9, and 10. You should be making your way there. Everybody in yellow no box should be there. Red boxes, you should be 7, 8, 9, and 10. Here's Jim Phillips, 635. Kenny Norup, 575. The Buick versus the Thunderbird. Kenny, 9 thousandths too early. He's done. Jim Phillips, he'll advance, goes 33 on the 35. Next up, Chad Stenson in the Mustang. The 07 Mustang, 568. Bob Dish, the Vega Wagon, 661. Chad Stenson, the Mustang, picks up the win there. Going to go 2 over for the win. He was 26 thousandths better than Bob at the starting line. Here's Ricky Pena, 636 in the AMX. Taylor Schleter, the S10, the 96 S10, 674. Taylor, he was double the one on the tree. Then he goes 77 for the win. 41 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Ricky, much closer. He was 1 over. Endo Carlson, 557. Mike Etchison, 637. Mike goes red, 11 thousandths too early. Brando, 64 on the tree, then goes 56.7 on the 57. Attention in the pits. Pink, no box, will take you. Pink, no box, will take you. Bailey Pichette, 1X29, you'll be lane number 2, potential buy. 1X29, Bailey Pichette, you'll be lane number 2, potential buy. And I hope you enjoy those donuts. Here's Al Snyder, 529. Dan Whelan, 532. He's your winner. Al Snyder, 2 thousandths too early. Dan Whelan's going to go 33 on the 32 for the win.
Anything, Mike. Mike. I'm not hearing anything. Alright, the number's the reverse of the dial-in. It's a 449 and a 449.
What does Bosman want?
That's what's on his car, is 449. Burn them out. Burn them out, all good. All the dial-ins are correct. All that was about it. The dial, he's supposed to have a 633 and follows the car. It's like, there's no way that's a 6-second car. 4-second car.
You tell him, Jeffrey. Here's the boss man, Ed Bousman, 449 in the dragster. Wendell Curley, the 67 Chevy Camaro, 633 for him.
This one, Terry. You're full-time Terry. You know what's going on. Full-time Terry.
Ed Bousman, 56 on the 49. Wendell, when he left the tree, he was in trouble. When your reaction time starts with the 2, you are going to be in trouble. And he was. Jeff Larson in the dragster, 532. Mark Denhamsheim, 615. Winlight, Mark Denhamsheim. It's like Jeff Larson timed out, it looks like. Here we go, marquee matchup here. Zach Banasiri, he's been on one heck of a roll. 501 is his dial, and he's over there in the Autoland Outlets lane. Over here in the Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Nick Folk, 452 for him. Folk Race Cars, VP Racing. Zach took home $5,000 yesterday. He wants to continue on that roll. He's got one man in his way right now. Nick Folk is trying to put an end to his roll. We're going to see what happens here in 5 seconds after they stage him. We'll know. Too close to call, Winlight. Nick Folk, dead 7 for the win. Zach, he had 4 thousandths advantage when they rolled past the starting line, but could not run that number. He was 2 over. Not going to do that with Nick Folk and get away with it. He was dead 7. Nick Folk was. Here's Brent Vincent, 647 in the Camaro, up against John Schott, the Cutlass, 511 for the 95 Cutlass. Brent Vincent, dead 3 for the win. John Schott, he breaks out. Brent was holding 200s at the starting line. Makes Randy happy. Fist pumps all around for Randy Vincent on that one. Mark, I heard somebody had a costume, a Halloween costume last night, dressed up like Randy Vincent. Can you believe that? A Randy Vincent Halloween costume. That's what I'm told. I have to check with Randy, find out if it's true. Here's Blake Fangsness, 614 for him. Mark Rosenbaum, 514. Give it to Blake, dead 8 for the win. Both drivers identical, 20s on the tree. They're both 20 on the tree. Then Blake goes dead 8. Stephen List Jr., 513. Brody Dignitz, 497. Stefan, 513. All right, they're in. Here we go. Stefan is in charge, and yes, going to go dead 8 for the win. Brody, dead 0, but left 400s at the starting line. Stefan List Jr. advances to round number 4. Machine Gun Kelly Spears advances. Tim Vincent, 14 thousandths too early. Kelly Spears was 21 green. He'll advance. Here's Mitch Vincent, 487, up against the T-Bucket, T.C. Williams. 468 for T.C., 487 for Mitch. Oh boy, are they going to go in? We're waiting. We're still waiting. Jeff Spearling, he's making a look at him. He's going to take a look and say, hey, boys, are you going to race today? I don't know. They don't want to look at Jeff. He sees in. Mitch has got 10 seconds. He makes it. T.C. Williams worked out in his favor. Dead 7 for the win after being 008 on the tree. 29 thousandths the difference at the finish line. T.C. Williams advances. Nemec, the Chevy Corvette, up against Gary Sheetslag. He's in the dragster, 493 for Gary, 522 for Ed. Gary's got the advantage, and he'll pick up the win. 1 over. Ed Nemec, he'll break out 7 thousandths too quick. He was trailing by 12 thousandths. Gary Sheetslag advances round 4. Here's Dave Ansel, 526 in the Camaro, up against Derek Dignitz. He's in a dragster, 462. Derek, 001 on the tree, picks up the win going 2 over. Dave Ansel, 5 thousandths under, nothing he's going to do. He was 25 thousandths behind at the starting line. Derek Dignitz will come back round 4. Here's Bruce Van Stratton in the pickup, 611. Zachary Sheetslag, 504. Zachary goes dead 4 to pick up the win. Bruce, he was better at the tree. About 7 thousandths better, or 11 thousandths better. Didn't matter, though. Breaks out 2 thousandths too quick. Here's the hired driver right here. Brad Antonioni, 541, up against Doug Cruz. Doug's in that their Camaro, the 91 Camaro. Brad's car owner, Kevin Robertson, he looks on. Doug, 13 thousandths too early. Brad's green, then goes dead zero after being 38. Johnny D. Piazza, there's a different car for him. He's driving B.J. Vangsness's car. How about that? 614 for Johnny. Braden Bowden in the Firebird, 582. Watch your wheelie on this Firebird, Mr. Stiles. You're going to be impressed.
He's not hit with it twice, right? I mean, he's not...
Braden Bowden, 3 over, picks up the win. Johnny completely missed a tree on that one. Blue box will take you. Blue box will take you. Ed Nemick, N31, potential buy. With that entry, you'll be lane number 2. Blue box will take you. John Repmester. 627 El Nigro, 726. This one here is too close to call. 4,000 separates him. Give it to El Nigro. He's going to go 29 on the 26 for the win. John breaks out. 3,000's too quick. Here is yesterday's winner in the no box. Scott Pichette, he was the overall winner in no box yesterday, 567. Patrick Hill, 635. Safe travels home, Caden. Thanks for all your help today. We'll see you next weekend. Scott Pichette, winning ways continue. Patrick, 9,000's too early. Scott's 23 green, then goes 70 on the 67. Blue Boxers, we need you. Blue Boxers, we need you. Mike Cole, 694. Kenny Norup, 576. Mike Cole picks up the win, dead 4 after being 31 on the tree. Kenny, he was 1 over, but he left 1/10 of a second at the starting line. Not like Kenny for that to happen. Here's Mark Rosenbaum, the 64 Corvette. Mark Stiles says this is a car he would drive if he could drive any of them. This is one he picks, 590. Jordan Ansel, 593, the 65 Chevelle. This one here is too close to call. Wind light. Mark Rosenbaum, 1 over for the win. 7 thousandths better at the starting line. 14 thousandths the difference at the finish line. The Corvette continues on. Here's Ricky Pena, 636. Bailey Pochette, 553. Bailey came up earlier, picked up the donuts. Well deserved, being trip zip perfect. Well, a few rounds ago, Bailey was trip zip perfect. This time around, Ricky Pena, trip zip perfect, then goes dead 9 for the win. Bailey was dead 0, but 15 on the tree, 65 10 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Who thinks this isn't tough is crazy. This is such a tough game, let me tell you. Ricky Pena advancing. This is the Blue Boxers right here. Blue Box. The mayor. That's the mayor, Jack Nolan. Grandpa Mike, he looks on. Up against Andrew DiPiazza. 510 for Andrew. 482 for the mayor. Next round in no box, entry X23, Ricky Pena. You will come up with that entry with the pink no box. X23 will come up with the pink no box. That is potential buy. X23 potential buy in no box next round. So you'll come up with that with the pink no boxers. Andrew, 1,000 too early. The Mayor's 20 green, then goes 81 for the win. The Mayor's advancing to round number 4. The young gun, Jack Dolan, he'll advance. Here's Kevin McCarty over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane up against Ray Smith. Ray's in the big Dodge, $595 for Ray, $454 for Kevin. Give it to the dragster, dead 9 for the win. Kevin McCarty, he'll advance round 4. The higher gun, Shane Pope, $497. The one, the only, Mr. Hipster in the Monte Carlo, $658 for him. Shane Pope, he pulls it off. He was trailing. He was 6 thousandths behind once they passed the line, but 4 10,000ths of difference at the finish line in Shane Pope's favor. Here's Jeff Larson in the dragster, 532. Dan Whelan, he's in the Chevelle, 533 is his dial in. And Whelan, I'll tell you what, when your reaction time starts with the 1 and you win, that's pretty good. But his opponent started with the 6. Here's Bruce Van Stratton, Vince Magracina, win light, Vince Magracina, 2 over for the win. He was good on a tree, he was 11. Bruce wasn't bad, he was 25. Sam Serrar, 587. Clay Schleter, 604. Winlight Clay Schleter, dead 9 for the win. He's dead 9. Attention to pits. I need yellow no box 3 and 4. Yellow no box 3 and 4. Bring them up. Yellow no box 3 and 4. Entry X23, Ricky Pena. You'll come up with the pink no box with that entry. But right now I need yellow no box 3 and 4. Yellow no box 3 and 4. Here's Brent Vincent. 647 for him. Up against Machine Gun Kelly Spears, 476. True Start decides this one. Brent, he was 1,000th red. Kelly Spears, 18,000th. Winlight is Brent Vincent. He'll go one over to pick up the win. Here's Brandon Schwartz, 598, up against, this is Zach Manasiri, yesterday's big $5,000 winner. 499 for Zach, 598 for Brandon. This is tight. Winlight, Brandon Schwartz, dead 3 after being 003 on the tree. Dead 3 after being 003 on the tree. 6-pack for him. I think he's taking a liking to that Pontiac. Here's Mitchell Vincent, 487. Scott LaBuddy, 471. All right, we're going to take a little delay here. Not really, we're just waiting for him to stage. Jeff tells them, let's go. We've had enough. Let's go. Mitchell's in. Scott LaBuddy's in. Here comes the tree. All that and 7,000 separated them. Winlight, Scott LaBuddy. He runs closer. He's 72 on the 71. He was better by 7,000 at the starting line. Give it to Scott LaBuddy. Here's Colin Estes, 499, up against Nate Kelly, 484. Oh, Colin Estes, 499. Nate Kelly, 484. 4 thousandths of separation. Win light, give it to Colin Estes. 2 over for the win. Nate, he was 3 over. No good. 53 10 thousandths. That's the difference at the finish line. Vince Mistrada, 450. Kevin Robertson, track owner, 432 for Kevin. Too close to call, win light. Kevin Robertson, he's going to go dead 8 for the win. He was 5 thousandths better at the tree. Kevin will advance, round number 4.
I think I probably will.
Check that one out. Jeff Janquish. Trip, zip, perfect. Then goes dead 5. Carla Pontello, she was 004 on the tree. Runs 1 over. But Jeff, he was trip, zip, perfect. Then goes dead 5 for the win. In that wheel standing pickup truck. Man, that's what I need to do to my truck, Jeff. Chief Starter Jeff Sperling, we got a project for this winter. We got a project for my pickup truck this winter. Here's Ed Curtis, 527 for Ed. Jeff Jones, 477.
Funny guys, they're really fun.
And just like that, Jeff Jones, he's been looking for the Christmas tree. He found it. Jeff Jones found the tree there, 12 on the tree. Then he goes dead 6 for the win. Jeff Jones, he's back. Here's Dave Ansel, 525. Up against Mike Schlueter, 666 for the 442. Another one, too close to call. Win light, Dave Ansel, 1 over for the win. Mike Schlueter, he breaks way out. Wow. 500's too quick. Here's Tim Vincent, 488. Brad Antonioni, the hired driver, 541. They're both in. Here comes the tree. Win light, Tim Vincent, 1 over for the win. Brad, he was 1 over also. 4 thousandths the difference at the tree. 72 10,000ths the difference at the finish line. Give it to Tim Vincent. Dr. Steve liked that one along with Randy. The young gun, Braden Bowden, 583, up against the cheesemaker, Dion Dignitz. Yep, he's a cheesemaker, 498 for him, 583 for the young gun. Give it to Dion, 501 on the 98. Braden, he goes dead 0, but he left 600s at the starting line. Not going to pick that up against the cheesemaker. Here's Ed Nemec, 2000 Chevy Corvette, 522. Andrew DiPiazza, he's in the Camaro, 510 for him. Win light, Andrew DiPiazza, 2 over for the win. He was 17 thousandths better at the starting line. 16 thousandths at the finish line. Give it to Andrew. All right, quick track prep, then we'll be right back at it. Boxers, we need you. Red boxers, we need you. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Or 7, 8, 9, yeah, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Potential buy is Jim Phillips. He's over here in the Buick up against Chad Stenson in the Mustang. 633 left, 568 right. Here we go. 300s. Whoa, Chad had 300s at the starting line but could not do it. Look at that. Jim goes dead zero for the win. Chad just couldn't get there. 3 over. 31 10,000s at the finish line. Here's Taylor Sleater, 674. Brando Carlson, 556. Next round in the Boxers, Jeff Janquish, 87X. Potential buy, you will come up with the Blue Boxers. You'll come up with the blue box. Right now, I need red boxers, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Red boxers, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Win light, Brando Carlson. He goes 1 over, picks up the win. He was 29 to Taylor's 43. There's a Randy Vincent look-alike down there. There's a Randy Vincent look-alike on the wall. The Randy Vincent look-alike. Pink, no box, we'll take you. Pink, no box, we'll take you. You can bring them up. Pink, no box. Ed Bousman, 450. Dan Whelan, 533. Here we go. Dan Whelan's out front. Here comes Ed. Win light. Dan Whelan, 1 over for the win. He was better. 35 thousandths better at the starting line. 38 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Dan Whelan advances. Here's Brent Vincent. 648 for him. Up against Derek Dignitz. 464 for Derek in the dragster. 648 for Brent in the Camaro. Camaro's out front. Here comes the dragster. Win light. It is Derek Dignitz. Double breakout. He'll break out by 2 thousandths. Brent breaks out by 3 thousandths. Brent had 16 thousandths at the starting line, but took too much at the finish line. Tough break on the Camaro driver. Here's Blake Fangsness. 615 for him. Up against Mark Nettersheim. Mark is in the Camaro. Another one too close to call. Win light. Give it to Mark Nettersheim. Dead 5 for the win. Blake was dead 6. Mark 8 thousandths better at the starting line. 99 10 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Tight, tight, tight. Just as it always is here at Byron Dragway. Here we go. Stefan List Jr., 513. T.C. Williams, 468. The T-Bucket. Stefan List Jr., 1 over, picks up the win. TC also 1 over. 11 thousandths the difference at the finish line. 14 thousandths the difference at the reaction time. Stefan List Jr.'s favor. Here's Nick Folk, 452 for him. Folk Race Cars, VP Racing. Gary Sheetslag, 493 for Gary. And 452 over here for Nick Folk. Nick Folk, 6 thousandths too early. Gary Sheetslag, 15 green, then goes 94 on the 93. Gary Sheetslag, he'll advance to round number 5. Bowden, Kelly Spears, 584 left, 476 right. Braden, he has to lift. That car is headed directly over towards Kelly Spears in the right lane. Car come up very high, then he had to put it down. Machine Gun Kelly Spears, 97 on the 76. Braden making his way down track. Big wheelie, then headed right towards the center of the track. Wisely gets out of it. Blue Boxers, we need you. Blue Boxers, we need you. Bring them on up. Blue Boxers, we need you. Jeff Janquish, 87X. Potential buy, you'll be lane 2 with that 87X. You'll be lane number 2. Here's Brad Antonioni and Zachary Sheetslag. Brad, 542. Zachary, 504. Win light, Zachary Sheetslag, dead 6th for the win. Brad was 4 thousandths better at the tree, but went 1 over. 24 10,000ths the difference. Listen up, racers. Next round, we're going to combine everything. Both colors will be combined in no box and box. At this time, I'll take blue boxers. You can bring them up. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Blue boxers. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Bring them up. Blue boxers. Here's the no boxers right now, the final color. Then next round, everybody will be combined. Both colors will be combined. Mike Cole, 694. The Avenger. Illinois growth of 69 Chevelle, 730. Mike Cole, 6th summer with this here Avenger. Thousands of miles he logged in on the highways, then come to racetracks. Went from track to track to track to track. Then he run the car. Now what's he do? He comes back bracket racing, and yes, he's your winner. Dials 94, goes 95. He'll advance. He'll be back. Round number 5. Mark Rosenbaum, the Corvette, 590. Scott Pichette, yesterday's overall no-box winner, 570. Looking good for Scott, and it is. 76 on the 70. Mark goes dead 7, but left 900, so almost at the starting line. Not going to do that with Scott Pichette and expect to turn that win light on. Ricky Pena picking up his Byron, dials a 630. Remember, next round, both classes, both colors will be combined. We'll go down to one class. Next time they'll be combined. Round 5, both colors will be combined for both classes. Moving in the boxers. Brandon Schwartz, 598. Andrew DiPiazza, 510 for him. The Pontiac's out front. Here comes the Camaro. Not going to get it done. The Pontiac. Brandon Schwartz, the young gun, dead 7 for the win. Andrew, he was dead 9, but he left 26 thousandths at the starting line. 28 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Brandon Schwartz, he'll advance, round number 5. Here's Tim Vincent, 482. He's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Clay Schleter, 604 over there in the Autoland Outlets lane. Tim Vincent, 83 on the 82, 12 thousandths better at the starting line, 56 10 thousandths at the finish line. Give it to Tim Vincent. Oh, Colin Estes, the shorty dragster, 498. He's up against the track owner, Kevin Robertson, 432 for Kevin, 498 for Colin. Colin Estes, 5 flat on the 498. Much better at the starting line. Give it to Colin Estes. Kevin McCarty, 454. Up against Vince Magracina, 471 for Vince. Kevin McCarty, 1 over, picks up the win. Vince, he breaks out 1,000 too quick. Kevin, he was holding 19 thousandths at the starting line, though, so it was going to be tough for Vince to do anything there. Shane Pope, 498. Dion Dignitz, the cheesemaker, 499. 100, the separation at the starting line. Jeff Spearling, he'll tell us without even knowing, but looking at the computer, who's got the better light. That's how good his eyes are. They're in. Here we go. Win light. It's the cheesemaker, Dion Dignitz. 3 over after being 004 on the tree, 21 thousandths at the finish line. Dion Dignitz, he'll advance round number 5. He'll be in round 5. Here's the mayor, Jack Nolan. Grandpa Mike looks on. Grandma Kathy, she's filming it. 482 for the mayor. 533 for Dan Whelan in the 69 Chevelle. Here we go. Chevelle's out front, and he'll stay there. Dead at 9 for the win. The mayor breaks out. 7 thousandths too quick. He was 18 thousandths behind at the starting line. Give it to Dan Whelan. Here is Brent Vincent, 647. Scott Labuddy, 471. Too close to call. 3 thousandths of separation. Wind light. It is Scott Labuddy, 1 over. Brent Vincent, he's going to break out. 7 thousandths too quick. Scott was 3 thousandths better at the tree. Then goes 1 over for the win. Here's Dave Ansel. 526 for him. The Brewers backer right there, Jeff Jones. $526 for Dave, $476 for Jeff Jones. $3,000 separates them. Win light, Jeff Jones. Dead 4 for the win. Dave Ansel, 1,000 too quick. 1,000 too quick. 3,000's the difference at the starting line. 21 to a 24. Yep, Jeff Jones, he did find the Christmas tree. Here is our Byron right here. Jeffrey Janquish. Jeff Janquish. 2000 Chevy S10. Carries the front end about 60 feet. 25 on the tree. Dials a 97. Goes through 96.3, 7 thousandths from hitting that 97 perfectly. Remember, racers, both colors, both classes are combined right now. It's one class now, so when I call no box, like I'm going to do right now, no boxers will take you 3 and 4. No box, 3 and 4. Scott Pichette, 1X64 potential buy. You'll be lane number 2. Scott Pichette, 1X64 potential buy. You'll be lane number 2. The rest of no boxers, I'll take you. Yellow and pink, no box, you can bring them up. Yellow and pink, no box, you can bring them up. So round number 5, no box. Mike Cole, $6.95 for him. Ricky Pena, $6.36. The 6 summer car here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, up against the AMX over there in the Autoland Outlets lane. I believe Mike Cole, he might be part of that Breakfast Club too, Sedona. I think he might be. Pair of green lights, and they're close. Wind light says Ricky Pena, dead 7 for the win after being 20 green.
Ricky Pena, he's got something leaking on the left side.
Mike breaks out. He's 200s too quick. Ricky, he was dead 7. 20 on the tree. Mike was right there. He was 26, but Ricky picks up the win on that one.
I didn't get beat in the other lane. I assumed it was them. My bad. Can't be get a volley. Come to church. I'm fired. Please.
Brando Carlson, 556. Jim Phillips, 633. Win light, Brando Carlson, 3 over for the win. Dan, he's way off. He's 5 off. They're both only 2 thousandths the difference at the tree, at 32 to a 34. Here's Scott Pichette, yesterday's winner, picking up his Byron. 568 in the Galaxy 500. $60 on the tree, then goes 69.2 on the 68. In pits, boxers, if you're double entered, 7 and 8, please. Boxers, if you're double entered, 7 and 8, please. Double enter boxers, 7 and 8, please. Attention in pits, I will take all boxers, round number 5. Bring them up, 7 and 8. All boxers, you can bring them up. 7 and 8, once they get full, if they do get full, then we'll go to 9 and 10. Right now, all boxers, 7 and 8, please, for round number 5. If you're double, please let Ian, our stage lane director, know that. Dion Dignitz, 1X32. Potential buy, you'll be lane 2, Dion. The cheesemaker, 1X32. You'll be lane number 2, you're the potential buy. Is that the real Randy Vincent, or is that the one dressed up in the costume? I can't tell. I'm not sure. I'll tell you what, someone mocking Randy Vincent with the Halloween costume. There's my hero there. Yep. Here we go, round number 5. Now it's starting to get where the money's starting to take place. Tim Vincent, 488. Gary Sheetslag, 494. Round 5 of the boxers. They're in. Here comes the tree. Tim Vincent let go. 6 thousandths too early. Gary was 17 green and 96 on the 94. Here's Jeff Janquish, 2000 Chevy S10 pickup truck, 597 for him. Derek Dignitz, 463 in the Autoland Outlets lane. Jeff's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. Get ready for the wheelie out of the S10 pickup truck. Well, both drivers 007 red, but the computer will knock it down, break it down another digit. Win light goes to Jeff Janquish. They were both 007 red, but the computer will take it out another digit. We don't see it, but the computer does. S10 prevails. He'll come back. Here's Brandon Schwartz, 597, up against Zachary Sheetslag this time, 504 for Zachary, 597 for Brandon. Brandon Schwartz, 1 over for the win. Zachary, he was 005, 4 thousandths better than Brandon's 009, but Zachary, he goes 2 over, 66 10 thousandths, the difference at the finish line. The young gun, Brandon Schwartz, he'll advance. Here's Colin Estes, a shorty dragster, 499 for him. Dan Whelan, he is still double entered in that Chevelle, 533 is his dial in. He still has 2 entries for this round, so he'll run, come back, and have to run again in this here same round. 533 for him, 499 for Colin.
I don't know of any other doubles unless somebody's told our stage lane director they were. Colin Estes, he'll advance. Dan, he's going to come back for his second entry. The Chevelle is down to one entry now, but it's still in the same round, so we'll see what happens here. Colin was 11. Dan was 300ths behind him, 41 on the tree. Here's Stephanus Jr., 512 for him. Kevin McCarty, 454. Kevin McCarty, trip, zip, perfect, then goes one over for the win. Stephanus Jr., he was good, 009, but he was not trip, zip, perfect. 27 10,000ths. That was the difference at the finish line. It wasn't much, but 27 10,000ths was all it took. Here's Mark Nedelsheim in the Camaro, the 83 Camaro, 615. Machine Gun Kelly Spears, 476 for him. Machine Gun Kelly Spears goes dead 5, but he left 24 thousandths at the starting line. 19 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Mark Nedelsheim, 006, then goes 16 on the 15. Picks up the win. He'll move on to round number 6. Here's Scott Labuddy, 472. Jeff Jones, 476. Jeff Jones, 2 over, he'll pick up the win. Scott Labuddy, he was dead 6, but he was 32 thousandths. That's over 300ths behind Jeff Jones when they crossed the starting line. 12 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Jeff Jones, talked to him earlier, said he could not find that Christmas tree. Well, guess what? We're in round 5. About round 4, he started finding that tree. So maybe he turned things around. All right, we just had the drawing for the Zuma scooter. Oliver Goyke, he just drew the winning ticket number, and it is Greg Folk. Greg Folk, you own yourself a Zuma scooter. 7 of diamonds, that's what it was. Greg Folk, you are the winner of the Zuma scooter. Dan Whelan, if you could get up here. Your opponent's waiting. If you could get the Chevelle turned around as quick as possible so we can go ahead and finish this round and get ready for the next round. Dan Whelan, if you could get that Chevelle turned around as quickly as possible, much, much appreciated. No box, we'll take you. Brando Carlson, B372, your potential buy, you'll be lane 2. Brando Carlson, potential buy, you'll be lane number 2. No box, we'll take you. You can bring them up 3 and 4. No box, 3 and 4. Here we go, Dan Whelan, 533. He's in the Chevelle over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. The cheesemaker, Dion Dignitz, over there in the Autoland Outlets lane, 498 for Dion. They are both in. Jeff flips the switch. Here we go. Wow. Too close to call. 2 thousandths was the separation. Dion Dignitz, he'll pick up the win. He goes 2 over. Dan, he was 3 over. Dion, 16 on the tree. Dan, 18 on the tree. 10 thousandths the difference at the finish line. The cheesemaker, he'll come back. Just a heads up, concession stand, the Dragway Diner will be closing at 5 p.m., so plenty of food down there. So if you're hungry, there's still plenty of time. You get a little over an hour, so don't everybody run down there at once. Don't rush them. Got over an hour left. Check out that new items, the fall specials. Jake, I tell you what, I hope there's some broccoli cheddar soup down there because he's been hitting it pretty hard, along with the baked potatoes. But he left the chili for you, I know for a fact. Jake needs to be about 20 degrees cooler for him to eat chili, so. But the broccoli cheddar soup is a hit, along with the potatoes in his eyes, the baked potatoes. And the chili, that'll probably be next weekend or the weekend after for him. Check it out when you go down there, see what you think. Give us your report. I'm sure it'll be great. Young Lily Schwartz making her licensing passes today in the dragster. Here we go, round number 6 of the no boxers. We got 3 left. Round 6 of no box. Scott Pichette, he was here yesterday. He was the winner of the no box yesterday. Right now, he's got one man standing in his way to get to the finals. Ricky Pena is standing in his way right now. 6:36 for Ricky, 5:69 for Scott. Brando Carlson, he'll sit back there and pick up the Byron. Will he run Ricky or will he run Scott? The final two, they're going to be on the ladder. The final 2 no boxers will be on the ladder along with the boxers. That's after the boxers run this round. They have to run one more round because, well, actually be this round here because this is round 6 for both of them. Boxers, you might as well come up. You're showing up anyway. I'll take boxers. Round number 6, you can bring them up. Dion, potential buy. He'll carry it. Ricky Pena, he's 007 red. He'll be done. Scott Pichette, 007 green. He'll continue. Ricky, he was red, but he goes dead 1. Scott was green, 007. Your winner, he's going to go 8 thousandths quicker than the 69 that he dialed. But he's going to run Brando Carlson in the final. Brando dials 5:56. Once you go to the ladder, the 2 no boxers, they'll race each other. Brando, nice wheels up launch, 56 green. Dials 56, runs a 58. Box cars, I'll take box cars. Round number 6, bring them up. Round number 6 of the boxers. After this, right now, 8 boxers left. Soon we'll be down to 4. They'll go on the ladder with the 2 no boxers to finish this day up. Colin Estes, $4.99. Gary Sheetslag, $4.96. They're both in. Here comes the tree. 11 thousandths the difference. Win light. Colin Estes, dead 0 for the win. Gary breaks out, goes 200ths too quick. Colin was 11 thousandths better. He was 27 to Gary's 38. Now we'll move into Brandon Schwartz in the Pontiac up against Jeff Jones, the young gun. Brandon, $5.98 for him. Jeff Jones, the Brewers fan, $4.76 for him. Too close to call, 1,000th of separation. Give it to the young gun. Brandon Schwartz, dead 1 for the win. Jeff Jones, he was 2 over. Jeff was 1,000th better. He was 17 on the tree. Brandon, 18. 18 thousandths the difference at the finish line. Brandon Schwartz, he'll come back. He'll be on the ladder with 4 cars. Well, 4 boxers, 2 no boxers, so it'll be 6 total of them. Here is Kevin McCarty, $4.55 for him. Mark Nettersheim, $6.15. Dragster versus door car. That's how we're going to finish up this here round right here. Well, it'll be Dragster versus truck in the next pair. Anyway, Kevin McCarty, $4.55. Mark Nettersheim, $6.15. That one out, Ian. 4 thousandths of separation. Kevin McCarty, he's going to pick up the win, dead 1. Mark Nettersheim, he was 4 thousandths behind when they went by the starting line. Then he goes 1 over, 15 thousandths. That's the difference at the finish line. Kevin McCarty, he'll be back. He'll be on the ladder. Here we go, final pair right here. Jeff Janquist in the S10 pickup truck. The 2000 Chevy S10, $5.97 for him. The cheesemaker, Dion Dignitz, $4.99 for Dion. Watch your wheelie on this S10. Always carries them at least 60 feet. Make that one 80 feet. Another one too close to call. Win light. Jeff Janquist, he'll pick up the win. Dead 1. He's dead 1. Dion was dead 3. 8 thousandths the difference at the starting line. 10 thousandths at the finish line. Jeff Janquist, he'll move on. He'll be on the ladder. There's going to be 6 vehicles on that ladder now. 4 of them are going to be cars. 2 will be dragsters. Attention pits, racers. The ladder is at the head of staging, so go ahead, bring your cars on up. You're on the ladder right now. No boxers, you run each other. Then the 4 boxers. But it'll be the no boxers against each other. Then the ladder will be with the other boxers. So come on up. Jake's got the ladder. He's waiting for you. Then we'll run lane round number 7. 6 of you left. 4 boxers, 2 no boxers. Kevin McCarty, we're looking for you. Kevin McCarty, bring your car up to staging lanes, please. Kevin McCarty, bring it up to staging lanes. They're ready to run. They got to make the deal with you. Here we go, the final two of no box. Scott Pichette, he was here yesterday, and he won it when he was here yesterday. He was the final no-boxer yesterday. There's bonus money involved. He's dialed 569. Brando Carlson, 558 for Brando. Scott Pichette, he's over here at the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane. That is the left lane, 569. Brando Carlson, he's in the right lane, the Autoland Outlets lane, 558 for him. $10,000 to the winner today. $10,000 to the winner. 6 cars remain right now. 2 no boxers square off first. Here we go. We got 2 green lights. Win light says Scott Pichette, dead, 2 for the win. Brando, he's going to go 1 over. Scott was 22 thousandths better at the starting line. He won it yesterday, and he's going to win it again today. He's your last no boxer right there, Scott Pichette, the 64 Ford Galaxy. The young gun, Brandon Schwartz in the Pontiac. 597 is his dial in. Colin Estes, he's in the Shorty Dragster. 499 is his dial in. Both drivers moving in. Brandon, he's pre-staged. As is Colin. 8 more inches and we're going to have a drag race. They're both in. Here comes the tree. Another tight one. Colin Estes. 5 flat on the 499. 64 ten thousandths, 8 thousandths of difference at the starting line, 64 ten thousandths at the finish line. Colin Estes. Right now we've got 1 dragster, 1 door car, a dragster and a door car here to decide if it's going to be 2 door cars or 2 dragsters coming up against each other. Kevin McCarty, 455, he's in the dragster. Jeff Janquish, 597, the snowmobile racer. He's got this S10. I remember him telling me about this truck a couple years ago when they had a snowmobile race here. It leaves nice. It'll carry that front end at least 70 feet. 597 for him, 455 for Kevin. Here we go. About 80 feet that time. Wind light says it's the S10. Going to go 1 over 98 on the 97 after being 007, James Bond green. Kevin wasn't bad. He was 21. Then he goes 2 over. 23 thousandths the difference at the finish line. It'll be the Falcon, the S10, and the Shorty Dragster. That's our finals. 3 left. $10,000 going to 1 of 3 people. 16-year-old Lily Schwartz making her licensing passes in the dragster. Need to find out the information. Believe this car was in the family. Not sure. Generation in that dragster is going to be behind the controls here shortly. Dad, he wants to get going. Kevin says, let's go. He doesn't know we're having social hour here, does he? attention in the pits, the three final racers, Scott, Colin, and Jeff. When you're ready, come on up to the lanes. Jake has the ladder ready to go, so whenever you're ready, you bring them up. We are ready to go when you are, so no rushing. Just as soon as you can get up there, come on up. 3 left. We'll take you as soon as you can get here. And now we're down to 3. Jeff Janquish, he's in the pickup truck. He's a snowmobile racer. Scott Pichette in the 64 Ford Galaxy 500. Scott was the no-box winner yesterday and also today overall winner. Whoever wins this will run Colin Estes in the final. $5.97 left. That's the Don's Auto Parts Machine Shop lane. Scott Pichette, he's in the right lane. The Autoland Outlets lane, $5.69. Jeff Janquish in the pickup truck. Watch the wheelie when that truck leaves. And stands it up on the bumper, runs it straight down the middle. Win light, it is Jeff Janquish. 1 over for the win. Scott, he was dead 3. He left 4.5 hundredths at the starting line, though. 35 thousandths the difference at the finish line. So it will be Jeff in the S10 up against Colin Estes for the big check, $10,000 today. Colin breaks the beam, backs it out, bringing it back. He'll come back, go back, wait for Jeff Janquish with the S10. 10 grand to win. 16-year-old Lily Schwartz making her licensing passes. Third generation to drive this car. Runs it out to the 8th mile, 5:48, 124. Clicks off early, 9:28, 105 in the quarter mile. Well, she's really happy with that. Yes, she is. You can see her grinning ear to ear. Grandpa, too. Safe travels home, Jeff Spearling. Colin Estes, he's been here in the final before, I know that. Not sure Jeff Janquish if he has. I think in snowmobiles he has been. Is this Jeff's first time in the door car being in the finals? Can't tell, no emotion from him. I believe it may be his first final racing with the cars. He's got the pickup truck, the S10. Man, does it ever leave nice, I'll tell you what. Carries that front end 70, 80 feet every time. Colin Estes and the Shorty Dragster, they're getting ready. It'll be Jeff and Colin. 10 grand to the winner. Who's it going to be? And here we go. Waited all day for this. Jeff Janquish in the S10 pickup, 2000 Chevy S10 pickup. He's over here in the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop lane, up against Colin Estes in the Shorty Dragster. He is in the Autoland Outlets lane. The pickup truck always carries the front end, at least 70 feet. $597 for Jeff, $499 for Colin. $10,000, that's what's at stake. Will it be the pickup, or is it going to be the Shorty Dragster? They're both pre-staged. 8 more inches. They got to roll them in 8 inches farther. Jeff is in. Colin's in. Jeff flips the switch. Here we go. Great race. Winner is... It is the S10. Jeff Jankwish, he's going to break out by 1,000th. Colin Estes will break out by 2,000ths. Jeff 008, Colin 26 on the tree. 17 thousandths, that's the difference at the finish line. What a great day of racing here at Byron Dragway. I'll tell you what, Jeff Jankwish, I do not believe he has been in the final in the cars before. I know he has with snowmobiles, but I do not believe in the cars has he been in the final. So congratulations to him and Colin Estes. And thank you for everyone coming out here spending this beautiful Fall Bracket Nationals with us here at Byron Dragway. Next Sunday we got Test and Tune. If you got issues with your vehicles, you need to test and tune, come out here next Sunday. And thank you to all the track crew. Great job. And especially all you racers come out here supporting Byron Dragway. Much, much appreciated. As Kevin told you yesterday, a lot of things coming up on the schedule, so just stay tuned to Byron Dragway and you'll find out everything's going to happen for 2026. Safe travels home, everyone. We'll see you next year. Maybe some of you next week.